Going live. Alrighty, I'm just going to be grabbing a bunch of terrain from HeroQuest. The original HeroQuest, by the way. I know that they had put out the new crowdfunded, or that at least they were crowdfunding. I don't know if it's released yet or not. Haven't looked further into that. Hi, Merlin, please. Just painting some terrain, just putting some base coats on some things, since Reaper Bones, these white ones, the unpainted ones, are Reaper Bones 3. Some of them I've gotten some paint on. These Pillars of Good and Evil are original pewter Reaper terrain. Pop that out of the bag here in a minute. More Reaper Bones 3 stuff. HeroQuest. Hot glue. I used Illumilite 2-part mold putty, and this was a good thing to practice on, because you always need more graves or crypts or whatever, because not all of them are necessarily going to be trapped or contain loot or monsters or what have you. And sometimes they all are, but you need more than one. So the candlesticks had broken off of this altar, and so I cut it flat and then used the pin vise to drill it out. I'm going to use spare pieces of sprue at some point to replace the candles. Got the desk and the throne. I have painted up the scales, at least in a single color of metal for now. I believe that's just regular brushed copper from Folk Art. Got a gray coat on this Grim Reaper-esque statue here. And now that I've moved those, I can move this big boy out of the way. Take its base with it. Only got some colors splashed on there for now, because while it wasn't Reaper Bones, it's Gale Force 9 and whatever resin they used is a little hydrophobic. So better safe than sorry, eh? Got a buzzard on a tombstone. Buzzard is going to be brown to black to whatever. I don't know if I'm going to go cartoon or realistic on that. Oh, that's flesh colors. Weapons rack. I may or may not do this. What are they called? Chinese dog statue. Okay, let's get these Yetis out of the way. These Yetis definitely have some dynamic poses. It almost looks like one Yeti in 3 different poses for a stop motion animation. Maybe we can make an OK Go video or something. At a glance, this looks like a milkshake, but it's actually the brazier and tong and burning coals for torturing someone. Yay! Pop this open so I don't forget. Uh-oh. Oh, some assembly required. Oh. There's a piece in there. Oh, there's the wings. Okay. We won't paint this right now because, well, we can paint the terrain part of this. Where is their terrain? Is she just kinda part of it? Can't quite tell what she's doing. I think she's kinda hovering. What's this piece for? Oh, okay. Small stack of books and presumably a candle? Ah, get back here. I don't feel like busting the super glue out right now. These guys I can keep in there for right now, though. Alright. Move these out of the way. Oh, don't want to lose that. There's gotta be somewhere I can set this. High colors. Get out of there. Might as well paint the rats while we're at it. We've got base coats on them. Got rat swarms from WizKids. Camel, the pack comes off, but I'm just going to leave it on the or not. Or not. Might get around to this armadillo shaman, this bear. It's like a were armadillo. Where indeed. Got 4 of these, not bullywugs, but bullywugs. Need to get my hands on some more frog style miniatures. Just a snack. And a bone naga. Alright, we'll leave that color out of it. We might get the rocks on the gargoyle, because we can just plaster a nice gray on there. If we're going to do a bear, we might do a bear shaman. Ooh, maybe I'll do him polar bear. Just do the stuff, leave him white, call him done. He's a polar bear. Until he's not. Maybe do this bebop. Oh, are you another Yeti or are you actually a gorilla? Okay, you're actually the gorilla. Werewolf. What's in this pile? This is very Little Shop of Horrors here, and like I said, I'm not going to glue anything right now. I don't feel like popping open one of my last few single serving super glues right now. Okay, put these up out of the way. Need to change my painting setup soonish. Soonish, but we'll get around to that. I need to get an encoder and stuff, so I could just hit pause here if I wanted to. I woke up with Chicago 25 or 6 to 4, so I had to play that this morning while I was getting ready for work. God, I love that horn section. Trying to stuff some burritos into my face real quick. While I survey my terrain to see which paints I need to use. These are not warm enough at all. I don't know quite where the adventurers are going to go on Sunday. Just trying to get terrain for general purpose. We can go from there. That way, you can take it out of Mind's Eye Theater, have it on the table. People can at least see where their character is in relation to the other characters. I know that's been helpful for some people in my past campaigns, so I don't think I'll need blue right now. Although I'll put that up here with them for later. Let's get the glove on, just so we're not sticking to the miniatures. Hopefully not taking the paint off. Alright, I want to say these rats are ready enough for right now. While we're doing this, let's start moving things over to containers for travel. Like I have this case from Radio Shack, probably just when it was on clearance, or we actually went out of business or anything. But oh, okay, it does have adjustable. But these are pre-painted ones from the D&D lines. Dragon X-Wing, so Dragon Wing. And then this box is going to be, well, it has been for years, the HeroQuest minis. The non-heroic ones, anyway, the monster races. But I've got them in various parts of the paint queue. Got them in a 30-count egg cart over here. The terrain goes in this one. I did get the fireplace. I color matched up the bricks as well as I could. There's the logs that have fallen out of the fireplace, and they're down to ash. I can't remember which D&D group member, or which group for that matter, I got these 3D terrain tables for a bit of metagaming within the game. Random terrain tiles here, doors closed and opened, barred, couple of pieces of terrain tile, mirror. But as we get things painted and dried and set aside, we can start putting it in here. Will this fit while we're thinking about it? This gallows. Too bad they made the steps molded as one piece with it, because that takes up even more space. What isn't one piece though, the top can come off. All right. Although we can probably put it here without doing that at all. Get back in. Like, I don't have things clear coated with a matte finish or anything yet, so I want to be as careful as I can until I get that step done. This is on hand and ready to go. Just gonna dry brush, pick up this wood grain. So we need a lighter color of wood here. Chocolate brown is not a lighter color of brown. Alright, what do we got? Might still have some gray left in there for the tombstones and stuff. Leather brown, parasite and beastie. Let's go with that for now. These out of the way. Ooh, I do violet ink, that's right, because I used up almost all of this violet ink on beholders and stuff, but might work this hill giant into the rotation here. We've already got some skin color and the wood haft of his stone axe, so maybe add some browns to various things, get him a little bit more painted. And I use the skin wash, or tangerine dream as I like to call it, which you can kind of see back here on the beholders, zombie beholders, and one of my death tyrants. Tan is not going to work because tan might as well be. Yeah, let's go with parasite brown. If we're shaking, we're drinking water. Tomorrow I may be repairing my other chair, so we might not have as many squeaks in the future. Okay, so we're doing a whole lot of painting on this one big piece of terrain. Let's shake it just a little bit more and take another sip. Earth Elemental, I'm still deciding whether or not to just make him brown. I've been wanting to make him more volcanic for years. It's not turning out how I would like it to. Just gonna probably capitulate and go brown. Can always go darker. It's hard to go lighter afterwards. I mean, you can, but then you have all that other that you're trying to paint. 042. Gosh, bring out that wood grain. Go. I'd considered going with slightly painted woods for this to make it look like they were so adamant about bringing someone to justice, what have you, that they tore apart a painted wagon or someone's house, just blot them from their community forever. Maybe they were a wandering merchant and their wagon gets destroyed. Maybe there were that nomadic peoples from Ravenloft, and their Bardo or Vardo gets torn apart. And then the adventure can go from there. The Vistani, I believe. Maybe I'll do that with another gallows or something later. Or just paint over this one later when I actually have one of those wagons to deal with. So they can both be the same kind of paint. I know they make a kit for one of those wagons in WizKids line. I think it's the wagon and like a full campsite or something. But you're riding into town and you see a gallows. You kind of know what kind of situation you're getting into. Like what kind of mentality the town has towards crimes or alleged, perceived, I should say, I guess. Maybe it'll keep your over-eager, overzealous thief rogue from stealing from the locals, because actions have consequences. And you should be rolling up a new character just because you couldn't keep your hands to yourself for part of an adventure. I steal his wallet. I steal his pants. Well, I steal his wallet, I steal his dagger, I steal his pants. Ooh, has he noticed me? I sneak into backstab position. That's not going to do anything. Even at triple damage, a dagger is not going to hurt him. You guys got to have a ton of hit points. Ooh, I know. My greatsword. Fine. I'll backstab him with a ballista. I don't see anywhere in the rules that don't allow it, that don't say you can't. Paraphrasing the gamers. Pretty much the original version of what we're getting with Vox Machina, where you can watch the Critical Role episodes, see what the players went through, but then you can also watch the animated version of it to see what the characters are actually going. But with the gamers, it's the players and then their characters, and it cuts back and forth. I don't know if anyone's done a similar edit with Vox Machina where you can see both on the screen at once. If anyone's matched them up, because I know they do a lot of trimming down of the table talk and stuff. Just alrighty. So there's that. Oops. Should have just gone across, but whatever. What you doing over there, Giddy? Right now. I can hear you rooting around over there. I'll touch this up more later. Actually, let's switch the brushes to there. Put these bookshelves here. Well, that one's a cabinet. This one's a bookshelf. It'd have been nice if it was one on one side, one on the other. I think the new HeroQuest is plastic for all of it, not just for the tops of the bookshelf. I think every piece is plastic now instead of having the cardboard, assemble it yourself, fold craft, paper craft. All right. Oh, that one's too heavy. That one's too light. This one's just right. I've already got the tables how I want them. Accidentally trimmed off the spouts. I've already drilled holes in them, placed them with like bits of metal or something that I can't put the name to it, but I swear I've seen something in like bead work, jewelry making, accessories to do that with. So oops, just a little bit more pigment on this spot. Doesn't have to be perfect, just has to read. Oh, there's what greenback here. Come on. Dry brush, dry brush, dry brush, dry brush, dry brush. Can't very well have a bar without kegs. No alcohol. I love that there is the wood grain on here and that it's not just like, oh, everything's more modernly crafted and smooth. A little bit more rough hewn. Pick out the color just a little brighter. Alrighty, that gave it a little bit better coverage. A little too bright. Oh well, it'll dry a little bit darker now. A little bit more. Back on me. I think this desk can stay as is for now. Maybe I'll fancy it up later, or at least pick out the details on the papers and inkwell and stuff later. But I don't think I want to mess with my wood colors right now. To go with the gallows, if we're trying to get that confession from you first, well, we've got ways of making you talk, Mr. Bond. I want you to talk. I want you to die. I'll go over all of it, and then I'll go over that with metal afterwards. Oh, maybe it's just rope. Even better. Yeah, those are metal, but it's rope. Oh, no wood grain on the side. Oh well. No, that's not just a drain hole for the prisoner's blood. That's actually a peg hole for one of these rats over here. So it's chewing on some gristle or whatever. Same thing with the tops of the bookshelves. There's skulls for decoration. And the rats. Okay. I haven't glued them on there because depending on how I store it, I might want to pop those handles off rather than risk breaking them off. This chest, the details a little bit more. Not too much. Last pressure. There we go. Not going for full coverage because we're going with the fading of the wood. Get the bottom too, because treasure chests can get knocked over. This one that's under the sea came with the brass dragon. Undersea treasure. Treasure. Wood grain. Just to make it pop. We'll go back in and do the coins and stuff later, so there we go. There's not much wood grain on the end, is there? Oh, wow. Let's hold what we've got. That was just a test. This is only a test. Oh, come back to that. To come back to that. To come back to that. Okay. Shake a, shake a, shake a, drink a, drink a, drink a. All right. So Beastie Brown's just a little bit darker. It doesn't look quite dry enough yet. It turns out a slightly different shade. It turns out a slightly different shade. This isn't the dry brush layer. Those bands are going to be metal, so I'm not going to paint over them. But if they get hit, they get hit. He's so cute. A little bit better on the keg stand, barrel holder. I don't suppose they make an airbrush that works like an easy flow soda fountain dispenser, do they? Where you can just change colors on the fly. Same thing with like tattoo guns. Like just give it a few squirts to get the other color out or whatever, and then just go from there. So you don't have to stop and change needles or stop and change all of your airbrush stuff over. Instead of needing to have a bunch of different airbrushes on hand, at least the way we see in Face Off on Sci-Fi. With all the body painting and effects. Oops, got a tooth. Maybe we'll make that a kind of rotten tooth. Kind of rotten, and it seems. Come on, just better coverage there. That's better. Go back and get the bands and tongues and stuff later. These don't have wood grain, so they're good to go. Oh. Wooden. Wouldn't it be nice? Yes, this Vallejo paint does go straight on to Reaper Bones. Ooh, this one has like a cobbled floor, so a cobblestone street that they have you out in the stocks for public humiliation. Insert discussion on capital punishment. Who decided that was a good punishment? Well, the Fruit Vendors Union. Or maybe the equivalent of the city sanitation. Like if we just throw rotten fruit at people, it won't end up in the landfill. Come on. Get some stylin res, or however it's pronounced, for the airbrushes. It apparently can be brushed on as well, but it's supposed to be one of the best things to base coat your Reaper bones in. It comes in quite a few colors. I had my eye on the black, white, gray starter set. Decent amount of ounces of each. And then maybe go with some smaller bottles of other colors. But I think I need a ton of brown. Brown Steinel res. Even if it's not my final brown, just a base coat brown to speed this kind of stuff up. Like airbrushes aren't magic, but if I'm just trying to get color on to base coat it, should be fine. Give me time to practice it. And maybe a couple, who am I kidding? But like a couple different greens, at least for base coloring. Looks wooden. Might make a few more of these out of craft sticks. By craft sticks, I mean the popsicle sticks I've got left over from my Blue Bunny dreamsicles. Not that I don't have a ton of crafting sticks around, but I don't know where they are right now. I had them set aside for marking plants as far as the popsicle sticks. Any extra sugar on the stick can go straight into this soil. And we'll just do a different color for the dry brush on the cobbles. When I change my setup around, maybe I will make sure that I can have the water close enough that I can just lean over and so I'm getting a bit thirsty, but I want to at least finish this before I set it down. And yeah, last night when I was painting, getting the Super Ball, did I cover the name? Teal green Super Ball super pigmented ink on the one of the Yetis and on the Remorazes. If you want to see how broken challenge ratings are in every edition of Dungeons, look at the Remoraz. Hey, I hit you or you hit me, depending on the edition, sometimes both. You take damage. Yeah, I like the idea of a wear. Well, we'll go with 2 polar bears for now. I can paint them later if I want to. I know comical differences between grizzlies and polar bears, but I think this guy I want to go with the dark flesh first. Although for the armadillo, parasite brown's probably a better base coat. What do we got here? Oh, that's a dwarf. Oh, it's a dwarf on a mule. And he's on there. And I didn't do that. He arrived that way. I was hoping I thought I had a pack mule somewhere. I know I've got this camel, which again, let's go with parasite brown for the base coat. But the pack, to make it stand out more, we can do that in other colors. Can't get you out of my head. Can't get you out of my head. Down into the wood grain. You hydrophobic material, you. Do you always talk to yourself? Yes. I was an only child. Latchkey kid. Asperger's. ADHD now is the label. Although I still lack a formal diagnosis, even though it's plain as day. I thought I was an introvert. Turns out I was an extrovert with not nearly enough socializing. Not enough after school friends. Back during those days when if you wanted to know if someone was home, you had to ride your bike to their house and see if they were there. Stranger Things style. Like, I know I'm a bit hard of hearing, but one of the guys at work is practically whispering, so that's not very helpful. It's like, dude, just a little louder, please. No more sweet nothings. I want to know what to do next. I'm new. I don't have the rhythm yet for what needs done when, what I need to keep an eye out for to know what to do next. Oh, that's right. I was using these with the Remoras. Let's put them all in one spot, but not their spot. Huh. Well, there's a skeleton in this particular casket. So... It's hydrophobic, but... I don't think I've checked the tester's washes on there yet. I know I've tried the contrasts. Set you aside and test it on the outside. It doesn't seem to be running away, so that's good. Speed things up a little bit. Yeah, testers create FX line. This is redwood wash. Set you aside. On the inside, because of the skeleton, I'm thinking we're going to go with base one. Actually, no, because I need some contrast on there, so away we go. Blot up some excess to the top of the coffin. If it's got the pine box style, it's a coffin. If it's not these vaults, but if it's shaped just straight up rectangular, then we got a casket. Speaking of which, I haven't listened to Ask a Mortician in a while. this work for our werewolf? Because more watery paints like washes and inks get down into all the nooks and crannies without obscuring those details. Oh, those nostrils and teeth. Well, you can do over the loincloth as well, and then we'll just dry brush it a different color. Ooh, who has joined the channel? Is that you, Jim? If anyone's downrange, make yourself known by sight or sound. Hey, Jim. It is you. It's going pretty well. Got home from work a little early today. We had too many people on the clock. So, got started at a quarter terrain and odds and ends of furry creatures. So, things that need browns for the most part. Today's Johnny's brown period. Phrasing. And I'm leaving the bears as polar bears for now. So I've got the Yetis, I've got those, I've got the Remoras. So definitely going to have a lot of stuff set up for the Arctic environments. Whether or not my players go there during this campaign's a different story. Like, I've been planning for the Arctic for a while. Oh yeah, definitely a table full. Doesn't mean I'm going to paint it all tonight. Just trying to rotate through things so they can dry. Get things boxed up for Sunday's session. FX washes are doing halfway decent on sticking to Reaper bones. despite how hydrophobic it can be. And despite the liquid medium to pigment ratio on these, because if you go to rinse it out, most of the colors from this line, like nothing comes off the brush. It's just gone. Speaking of which, have you picked up any paints yet? Or are you still shopping around? And I don't know offhand where you're from, but open offer to come over and paint with me. I've got so many paints and I'd rather they get used instead of drying out. Eh, good enough. I was going to go with a darker, but I can go with that on the actual painting. This guy's coming at you in a charge. Ooh, sweet. I don't think I mentioned it in any previous videos, but my buddy Cody, who I believe is still down in South Carolina, before he'd gone down there, he'd painted his Malifaux Ortega's crew with, he had a very tight budget, so he bought the crew, he bought one extra miniature, I believe it's Abuela, and then he painted the whole crew with, I think, 4 colors. So like a blue-gray and crimson red, black. I think he had brown for some things. And then, like, we primed it at the gaming shop, and then he took it home, assembled and primed it. He took it home, and like the next day he was done. Like that night, like within an hour of getting home, he was sending me pictures of things he'd painted. Like, whoa. He came over to my place the next time and he borrowed some of my paints to do some detail work, like the dynamite stick that Papa Loco is carrying, along with the fire on the wick. Don't forget to make a little bit more in the hair. That glorious boar mane he's got going on here. Don't miss living with a mini pig. Don't miss living with a mini pig. Screaming septic tanks. Demonic. Straight up demonic. I can see why so many cultures / religions say don't eat the piggy. I mean, it's delicious, but if you're going to eat it, at least in more. That means you got to raise it, which means you got to be near it and you got to hear it. No, demons. It is indeed. I mean, 71 minis for $15. I mean, yeah, you still have to print them out. Some libraries have 3D printers they let you use. I'm not sure the rates on that. And I believe we have a maker space in the area that you can do the same. Or if you've got any friends or coworkers or acquaintances with a 3D printer, offer to pay them for the filament. Whatever deal you can work out. Did you have to look it up yourself or did it come up as a YouTube ad? Tell me it came up as an ad for mine, because that would be hilarious. Like, thanks, algorithm. You're listening. Somebody's out there that's listening. Algorithm. Ooh. Resin printer, nice. How does that differ from typical filaments? Is it just liquid printing instead? I haven't looked into the resin ones yet. Ooh, this guy's a little too wet. Little too wet. And on a similar note, have you seen those concrete 3D printers for printing a house? You can print your very own castle with parapets and everything. Paint your tail feather. Outstanding. I had wanted to get half of the 3D printing kind of set up years ago when I was at Radio Shack, and we had our own in-store credit line kind of thing going. It was the 3D scanner from whichever company, but it just to, have slightly customized models. No. And did I say no? Let's see. I want to look up a painting reference real quick to see what I should base coat this in. Huh, well, Naga, Guardian Naga. Alright, well, I'm seeing a range of colors, but to go with what I was originally envisioning, I want to go to Basswood. I think Basswood or not oak. No, maybe. Nothing to it but to do it. I'm about an hour and 20 in, so I'm gonna have to get some more water soon. Huh. This Basswood's more of a flesh wash. Speaking of which, Flesh Golem. It worked a little bit better if I was using this as a later step in the wash process. So I want something darker to make all the grisly little details pop. So get off of there. Well, I did say I need to get more water, so I'll go rinse them off in the sink real quick. Get some fresh paint water, get some actual water. Resolution, like on the details for the resin printer, like just how detailed can it get? I imagine there's none of those extra filament. Okay, stay. Put this over here to dry. Water. I've got a Facebook friend in Brazil who is an aspiring 3D artist. And he was asking me for some ideas for things to design. So I gave him a bunch of different D&D miniatures ideas that I haven't seen in any other line yet. I'll be back. Hi, buddy. Oh, you keeping my spot warm? You keeping my... Where is that remaining? Let's turn this light off. There's that. Wrong. Indeed. I haven't checked out Jolly Blackburn of Knights of the Dinner Table fame in a while, but I was always enjoying seeing some of his more practical 3D prints. He had made various faceplates for I can't remember which not D&D game it was. Some hi Dr. Merlin, what's up? Transparent burnt sienna? I'm not so sure of that one. I've got gold, 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 and gold. Yeah, I have a thing for metallics. So I don't like non-metallic, metallic. It's an awesome idea. It's more useful for it's a 2D canvas technique, but I would rather just pick up some metallic pigment and use it. I don't want to use 20 colors to get one color. Alright. Let's turn off this light before we get comfy. I still don't know which one I would use this on. Get back over there. No. I'm not going to be able to get in there, am I? Oh, my legs. Hi, buddy. Yeah, I know I need to move these shelves up because I knew this was going to be a problem, that I would end up with putting stuff in front of the drawers. Dunes. I'll start with the other one. I think these contrasts work very well with bones, at least not original bones. Like I said, I'm partially trying to just round everything up and get it ready for transport to Sunday's game. A lot of it I can just leave there since we're running it at their house because it is much more convenient that way. That is no lie. Alright. Guess I'll put this over there for table. Chest. Oops. Put that with the desk because I don't think I want to work on the desk tonight. These I at least need to get a little bit better. Those should be dry, right? I want to pick out the details on those and touch those up though. But the gallows reads a little better than it was. So in you go. Alright, well that clears up a little bit of space. Shaka. Citadel color contrast, Agaros Dunes. Or Agros, or oops. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. He's got... Alright, so the Dwarven King has a bearskin rug, like, draped over the throne. Ta-da! Nope. It's too hydrophobic for this. That's what I thought. Even with the gray material. Not maple. Not walnut. Definitely not that basswood. Pine is too green. Olive green is definitely too green. Driftwood. It's probably too gray for the stuff I'm working on. Blue is not gonna work, but let's try olive green on Oh, there he is. On our gator. Let's go down a size or two. Oh, okay. Actually, put this one. Make sure the bristles aren't too stiff. And it's decent size for that. Alright, so olive green wash. I don't expect an alligator to be in the cleanest of waters. Right, so that works on there. So let's make this more swampy. Can't be a master of disguise if he's disguised to the wrong terrain. I know I had this wash when I painted another alligator miniature, so I am retroactively regretting that I didn't use it for that miniature. Yeah, McTavish for Malifaux. In first edition, I know he could be used with the gremlins. He was also a mercenary, so you could hire him into pretty much any company unless there was something that specifically said otherwise. Yeah, he's got a gator on a chain leash. And it would have been so much faster to do it this way. Faster and easier. Alright. Well, where am I going to put my gators? Although I need to put these rats back with those rats so I don't forget about them. Because every dungeon has rats somewhere. Unless there's something that's eaten all of them, but then that something's going to have to start hunting bigger and better prey. Now I want some of the gator people from both Crocodile games, which I only have a few. Ooh, where is that miniature? I do have one of their gators, one of their crocodiles, their convention exclusive one that, well, convention edition one. I don't think it was necessarily exclusive since I ordered it on the website. I picked up that. I think vultures, ravens, and a nymph in a bathtub. Dungeons don't tend to have the, not just the finer things in life, the necessities of life. They don't tend to have the bathrooms marked off or the kitchen. I mean, I've seen a few kitchens in published dungeons and maybe one or two in a homebrew campaign. But generally, things get overlooked. Apparently, everyone just, snacks on trail rats or real rats. But yeah, so I've got that one, but I was thinking either crocodile minis or the Warma Hordes Gator peoples, whatever that faction is. I think it's the Odds and Ends faction. Like I definitely never got into 40k because it was just too cost prohibitive. And then War Machine Hordes didn't really interest me. And then at some point I started reading some of the books. It started with buying the Convergence of Cyrus, one of the packs of 3 Wub Wubs floating. I can't remember. Electrical creations for Ramos in Malifaux. And then I traded other Malifaux minis for more Convergence of Cyrus miniatures. One of them was like this 3-way trade deal. Like the guy had some store credit with Monkey Sword Miniatures or Monkey Sword Games to get me either the Prime Axiom was from that trade or the next size down was. I don't have both the primes from that one. I know with Action Economy it wouldn't be great, but you can hire 2 of that thing in your crew. Get a little bit more on this left leg. Let the gator stay over here to dry. Alright, shove the other one back a little bit further, and this guy will protect it. Anything else over here I want green on? I don't think this is a fleshy something. That's the Wizard of Oz. Huh. Just get off there. Ooh. Okay, I am just covered in. Give McMorning another flesh construct. I mean, if we've gotten to the point where you're stitching the thing together, it's probably rotted to a nice sickly green base. No more blood left in the body. And then whatever necromantic power is animating it, whether it's some kind of ichor or unguent or distillation, the secret to life itself. Put that over there with the gators. They can have a flex. Like, I don't need it clean, I just need it dry. Something to keep the paint off of me and my skin off the minis. Alright, well, let's try Walnut Wash. I'll do it on the, let's shake that a little bit more. Got a little bubbly there. Alright. Gonna sneeze. Gonna sneeze. Come on. Let's not do that. A pack. Alright. Oh, you're gone. Walnut's looking chocolate brown. On these guys. And maybe on the donkey, just so I can get some paint on the donkey. This pack is like painting Gracie from Malifaux. I don't think I used a wash for step 1 on her either. Like, that's been my go-to for years, but I don't know why I skipped it on a few of my Malifaux miniatures. And that's still tacky. Ah, let go. That's still tacky. Oh. Earth Elemental from... Oh, where is he? Anthony Rogue Sculpts. Get down into all those pebbles. He made individual clay pebbles and then attached them. He said these stones weren't supposed to be eyes. Like, come on. Like, just because it can see without eyes doesn't mean it shouldn't have eyes for the characters, the players to identify with. Get down in there. Definitely going to paint over all that nonsense later. I junked this guy up. Just trying to make him part flaming magma and part regular rocky, muddy elemental. Then part of it broke off at some point during one of my moves. I mentioned that I've moved too many times since I came home from active duty army. I really should have just stayed in. Really, truly, madly, deeply. But I was getting nowhere in my career dead end in the NTC of Fort Irwin, California. Like, I'd gotten my specialist in Alaska in the very minimum 18 months, but didn't make sergeant while I was there. And when I went to California, I said career dead end. I was in a tanker slot in squadron headquarters in the S shop, driving a major around in the field. And since it was a tanker position, then they couldn't promote me. So I go back to my air defense unit after that year of that extra detail, and promotions rely on time and grade, time and service, various other qualifications, and then it comes down to the section sergeant pulled time in unit on me, and it's like there's no such thing as time in unit, and you know who I am. We have all hung out together offline, fraternizing, if you will. Like the only times we weren't hanging out were during the spur ride drink nights. Like if you want to get hazed in the desert in full mop gear at like 120 degrees just to have to pay monthly dues to drink with people once a month. Like, nah, I'm good. Do I have a proper wash I can use for this? Oh, maybe this sepia wash will work. 6 years active duty. Went to Fort Sill, Oklahoma for basic training. Went to Fort Bliss, El Paso, Texas for AIT, which is now at Fort Sill. They combined things when they were consolidating TRADOC. Training posts. So went to the computer went, okay, so Arkansas, Alabama, Arkansas, Arizona. Oh, we got none of those for your job. And then it went down the overseas list. Alaska, Germany, Hawaii. Oh, wait, there's one opening in this platoon of 45 Stingers in Alaska, where everything, and I do mean everything, is the farthest north so and so in the world. So Denny's is the farthest north Denny's in the world. Polaris Harley Davidson, farthest north Harley Davidson dealership in the world. Probably the farthest north Regal Cinemas. I don't think they actually put that on their sign, but it's implied. When I got there, they only had 8 screens. They built a whole new building so that the first building wasn't out of operations. Built a whole new building, made a 16 screen theater. And they loved using the word mall for everything. So Bentley Mall, yes, it's a mall, even though it had Office Max, Michael's Crafts, and a grocery store bookending it. But it had a food court, like no major restaurants, just a food cart and some tables and chairs. They had name brand, typical mall stores, Claire's, Walden Books. This was 99 to 2002 that I was up there. Payless Shoe Store, rest in peace. That's closer to the shade I want for underneath. But then you've got Eagle Plaza Mall, which was a plaza. It was outdoors for like step outside onto the sidewalk, go into the next store, and that's where the comic book shop and gaming store was. Got a lot of books and miniatures from there, bunch of dice. I don't think I bought any Magic singles there, but I definitely played in Friday Night Magic there, or at least Saturday Magic, depending on how our schedules worked out. I got stationed in the NTC of California, National Training Center. When I first got to Alaska, Sergeant Banster asked, "Do you want to go to another country?" Well, a U.S. territory in the Pacific. And I ended up going to Guam, and that was amazing. Guam is paradise. Beautiful blue waters, a bay surrounding a couple of the beaches, so you can the naval beach, we could walk like all the way out to the reef if we wanted to, and the water level was like thigh high or waist high, depending on how deep the level of the sand, like the terrain under the water was. A bunch of us playing in the God's magnifying glass there in the tropics, like 13 degrees off the equator kind of situation, getting fried alive. We either weren't wearing sunscreen or we'd gone through the motions, but it was long since gone because it was just army grade sunscreen and it just rinsed right off. All of us got burnt. All of us. I mean, all of us that were in the water anyways. So Jarvis got burnt, but Sergeant Dixon with his straw hat and his Hawaiian shirt staying under a palm tree, he was fine. Ooh, I do like this for the armadillo. I've seen armadillo, at least flattened ones, when I was at Fort Sill, Oklahoma. Then after a week of our mission on that, our training mission on Guam over on the air base, where the Air Force was playing the civilians getting evacuated during a NEO mission, much like the stuff that was happening at the end of the Afghanistan pullout withdrawal. We're not here to take over your country. We're here to evacuate American citizens and American nationals. So the Marines were the protesters at the gate. Some of them got a little too into character. One of them tried to climb the fence. An infantry guy at the gate pulled him down. The guy fell, landed wrong, broken arm. Non-combatant evacuation operation. But that second week we did force on force, where the Marines turned their blouses inside out. So we were in BDUs, the classic camouflage colors. Theirs were inside out, the international symbol of I'm a pretend bad guy. Maybe I should go around op-4ing it with all my clothes inside out. Like, nope, I'm the bad guy. There goes a bad man. Yeah. Scarface is pretty much mandatory military viewing. Young soldiers. Come on. It'll be like crisscross and wearing stuff backwards, only, you know. At least I'll be able to fasten my belt and pull up my fly because it won't be backwards. All right, get this armadillo out of the way. Armadillo. All right. I've decided those are polar bears, so. But that second week we were on Tinian. Guam's a U.S. territory, but Tinian is part of the Marianas. We only got to see part of it, at least by day. We ruck marched with sunburn, ruck marched around however many miles of the island when all we had to do football fields away, maybe, from the dirt runway right by the unexploded naval ordnance beach that's cordoned off. Oh, okay. He's supposed to be with the other guys. That dirt runway is the historic dirt runway that the Enola Gay took off from to drop the bomb. Was that Fat Man on Hiroshima or Little Boy on Nagasaki, or do I have those backwards? But it was definitely a weird sense of history landing there and having to move, get off the plane. And yeah, we had taken way too many water bottles with us because we didn't know what supplies were going to be like on that island. We just packed up our stuff and went over there with way too many bottles of water. And our mascot, Flip Six, this big green praying mantis that we had in our tent. Pacific Theater or at the Atlantic Theater? And Flip Six, yay big green one, attacky claws, which is blind in one eye. We're having gladiator battles between her and cockroaches in an MRE box. 2 bugs enter, 1 bug leaves. We put this tiny little salamander in there once and it just like died of fright. Like she didn't come anywhere near him. We put them in there and he just, so I don't know if he was playing possum or what, but like dead. Could go with that color, but when we were on Tinian, all of the praying mantises were tiny little brown ones. So it's like she's going to completely change the color of the population of mantises on this island. Let's save him for a minute. Oh, it's been 2 hours now. All right. Now, as far as other Guam, the brown snake that we were told was slightly venomous, kill on sight. And there was a guy that went around checking the rat traps around the perimeter. It's like, if it's only slightly venomous, why do we have to kill this thing on sight? I'm going to switch things up to not washes for a minute. Let's switch the waters and stuff again. Let's get our skeleton bone. Change the water, change the water, change the water. Are you sitting on something? Alright. Over there. Alrighty. Good question, period. I will get back to you when I figure it out. I almost want to do those bullywugs in the green, but I'll wait on that. Like I said, I want to do some detail work here. Find detail brush. Oh, I did set this aside for something else. Oh, the refrigerator's running. What do I want to... That's right, we did Parasite Brown there, so we need something even lighter for the ropes, and that could work, but then we need to use the gunmetal for the manacles. Get out of there. You're coming up soonish, but I need to keep you in sight, so I don't forget you. Alright, well, I guess let's start with the gunmetal. Ooh, gunky. That's right. I need to add some water to this sucker. Some more water, I should say. So after a week in Guam and a week on Tinian, we went back to Guam. We got a week of R&R. 9 of us crammed into a single hotel room. At least one of the guys was sleeping on the balcony. So we got shwasted. Got my first tattoo there on Easter. Didn't realize it was Easter, but we paid a really expensive cab fare, at least at the time, because the meter kept going and going and going. And so we definitely didn't want to take a taxi back, which led to an adventure. But a guy was getting a tattoo of the Danzig skull from shoulder to shoulder on his back. But instead of getting it with, you put the black for the eyes and the various details, and your skin makes up the rest for the white. Oh no, anything that's normally white was black on there. So it was practically like the guy was using a kid's fat crayon to tattoo this thing on. But because of it, I'm assuming it was the guy's girlfriend, came over and asked which one of us was getting a tattoo, what we wanted. And then he drew the stuff up, drew it on paper, and then he drew it on me with the skin marker. And I assume that the rod would have to be something other than wood, right? Just to make sure that it's durable. So one of the mornings I'd woken up in the hotel room. I had just woken up. I think I'd just sat up. Mind you, I'm sleeping between the entertainment center and the table on the floor. And Ryan is, in the next spot over between the table and the wall. And Jarvis is over between the wall and that bed. Sergeant Dixon was in that bed. The Prince of Passion. Yeah, because they can change the wooden handle, but I'd woken up. Birchfield sits up on the other bed. He's got to himself. So Sergeant Birchfield sits up, asks, "What time is it?" 7:30, Sergeant. You had a beer yet? No, Sergeant. Well, get to getting and get me one of them while you're up. Like, okay, when in Guam. Oh, and we were watching Pleasantville during my tattoo. All right, I'm liking. Does this have any rivet, 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 rivet? I better not go on one of those rivet counter groups. Ooh, I need to touch up this side. All right, well, back into the rotation you go. We were there in 99. So the license plates in Guam at the time said, "Where America's millennium begins." If we're going to party like it's 1999, it's going to happen in Guam. out of there. I'd move this pack over there, but I took the glove off. Alright. Let's add a little bit of water to this gunmetal paste. It's just going to have to be my go-to silver paint until I use it up. Because the more water you add, the more likely it is to dry out. There we go. What was I gonna? So there's that. Scoot over. Scoot. Ooh, maybe. Let's go with skeleton bone as a parchment color. Normally you see paper painted on minis and it's bright white. I'm definitely guilty of that on other models. Just take it down a notch. Unless they've got some kind of preservation spell going on there. It's probably not bright bleached white. Alright, so I put silver on this side so that the lettering would be silver, but the rest of it is that flap thing. Leave this bookmark nice and silver though. Oh no. No. Get out of there. Get out of the nooks and crannies. Get out of the letters. Get out of the letters. You'll ruin the spell. It sure is. First week streaming on here. I started the channel on the 1st of January, but I wasn't approved for live yet. I hadn't gone through the verification steps, and I don't have an encoder or video editing software quite yet. so I didn't feel comfortable posting any live when I finally got it going this week. It's keeping me on task to get things. Need some kind of motivation. Thank you for spending most of the week with me. Try to avoid some of these brush marks. Klaatu Barada Niktu. Ooh. And I want to put gold for the illuminated letter there. Ooh, do these things glow? If so, I don't want to paint over them. Okay, I can't quite tell. Have to go in the dark. Hi, what's up? Oh. Okay, so it doesn't glow, so then it's getting paint. Bounds, bounds, bounds. Bring this light over here a bit more. Not blocking the view, is it? Just tap of the brush. Random bone. looks like a xenomorph. A chest burster instead of an actual spine here. Nooks and crannies, and then put a wash over it. And then maybe re-dry brush it back up. That, or I might just leave it this way. Since it's going to have a whole extra layer to have to fight through. And by extra layer, I mean an extra layer. Does that show up at all? Like if I have it at that angle for me, I can see it, but you can kind of see them in there. Gelatinous cube. Pop that out. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have read your comment while I was drinking the water. Thank you. Oh, my pig toilets are backed up, which is an anagram for epiglottis. It's one of the ones I remember from hosting Geeks Who Drink pub quizzes. Don't call it trivia. All right. Let's push that out. Let's go with this one. Oh. Huh. With the primer in that, it almost looks done as is. That'll speed things up. Oh, that looks even better with the skeleton bone underneath it. Spooky. Spooky. Last night I was telling a friend that you really made my night when you were asking what kind of paints to get. Clavicular homicide. The various levels of the digestive juices of the gelatinous cube. They can be in various colors. And we're already down to bone. It hasn't gotten to dissolving all of the bone yet. It's procrastinating. I know the feeling. Yeah, let's put that contrast back. Wasn't there something else I wanted to paint in that color? I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of things, but I thought I had something. Forget about this one. Alrighty. We should be able to put the other one. Because this has enough of the tint to it to make it actually look like the bone without having to paint it. Alright. Get in there. Mop up some of this to get the sides. Wick it away. Ta-da. Oh, was that off camera? Still. Dry there. Definitely put the pro in procrastination. Okay, well, I got it. So there's a shield, an axe, a dagger, and a sword. I was going to try to do the metal wash instead, but like I said, I need to use up this gunmetal. Let's paint the Iron Maiden with it too. I need to do skeletal before that little blob dries out. hit this again because that's some serious brush marks from the way too small brush. That's another reason why them doing tutorials with the small brushes doesn't make sense to me. Oops, get off there. A little bit more parchment color. Is this the Book of Exalted Deeds? Is this the mess? You're going to take some damage for touching it when you're not supposed to? These rats I was talking about earlier. I some holes in the blister pack, the clamshell here, and put their pegs into it so I can have a way of holding on to them for painting. Trying to blur the line between whether they're just rats or dire rats or, like this one, a horrid rat. Horrid's a template from Eberron where you take a creature that already has the dire template on it and you make it worse. Make it a player's nightmare. Alright. Where's my forceps? Got a couple of forceps from my time at Radio Shack. I included them with my bounce back coupon or my employee discount or whatever was cheaper at the time. Alright, that's a little bit further than it should go, but oh, that's right, I need to paint metal on that. Stay. Anything else need the... Oh well. It's gonna dry on there. Ooh, we did bring the gunmetal back up to some semblance of usefulness. Did I paint anything else with metal recently? Oh, just with this. Yeah, no. I don't want that small. Let's go with another brush. This size, maybe. Alright. Nope, that's not. There we go. It's like I see what I want to grab. Alright. So we're going to start before the brush gets too messed up. Just a little bit of paint on the brush for this axe. I'm going to assume it's got a metal handle, otherwise it'd already be digested by now. Get down in the groove. I don't feel like giving you a wash. Oh, Radio Shack, you could still be around. Like, the name's still around because Hobbytown USA bought them and the website and all that. And apparently there's still a few mom and pop Radio Shack franchises out there that are still allowed to use the name. I guess in Bozeman, Montana, there's one. A buddy sent me a picture of that, I think. I know he sent me a picture of Heb Mart. I was incredulous that they would have something named that. Maybe it's their family name. I don't know. It's just cringe. Like it looks like it's in a scabbard, but that might just be how the primer ended up. Go through the, grab the hilt, come back down. I mean, we still had the old Radio Shack stuff. The cell phone stuff was just to get cell phone customers in the door, which is a great idea. However, we were located in plazas, at least around here, we were located in plazas with grocery stores. So the one I worked at in Talmadge is the Acme Plaza. Yes, we have Acme grocery stores like Roadrunner cartoons. And another one was nearby at the Marks Plaza, another local grocery store that for decades only took cash, check, or discover because of whatever drug deal they'd worked out with them about the was it acceptance fees or whatever, per transaction fees. But no, we had a bunch of stores pretty much on top of each other because we had one at Chapel Hill Mall, and then we had one at the plaza right for Marks. Yeah, you get a separate piece. WizKids gelatinous cube to. Ooh, it'll show up from there. I mean, at least you can see a blob through there. And if you notice that there's metal, maybe there's some weapons that are worth taking from the. Oh. And we still took care of your cordless phone batteries and your watch batteries for a lot of the stuff. Like my buddy Miller had gotten a watch press so we could deal with most watches. We were like one step away from, we need you to sign a waiver, but as long as you're giving us oral permission to pop your watch open, since you're saying you can't get it open and you've tried, and we can see that you've already scratched the heck out of it, or changing the battery on your key fob, the dealership's going to charge you like $50 to $100 to change a battery. And you come in and it's included in the price of the battery. Make sure you get the right size. We make sure it's working when we're done. If you ever try to change the battery in one of those, I believe it was a Toyota key with the fob and key combined, you can see this one Phillips screw there. Don't try to unscrew it without taking a lighter to the key itself for a few minutes to loosen up the heat adhesive. So lots of customers would come in with those and you would be able to see how stripped out that screw was, and they still hadn't gotten it out. And it's like, no, that's not, you got to heat it up first. Or some of the ones where you can pop the key, the physical key, out if you need it, if your battery dies on it. They all had different ways of disassembling them, but most of them pop, take the key and pop the thing apart. No grace or finesse whatsoever, just pop. So Iron Maiden, supposedly Iron Maidens weren't actually a thing. They were just like a bad retcon to make the Dark Ages seem darker and scarier. Although they may have been used during the Inquisition, because I don't think anything was off limits then, and anything that they didn't use before that was rumored to have been used before may have gotten put into use there. And the Inquisition was all about sticking things where the sun don't shine. Like, he'll talk if we put him on this pyramid. Like, thanks, Inquisition. Thanks. Doesn't mean, most of the employees were tech savvy, but, we try. Most of us. I mean, we're using the same Google and YouTube that the customer could be, but they've already given up and brought it to us, and we're not going to charge extra. And at least at my store, we weren't trying to sell you anything you didn't need. Like, yeah, we'd try to upsell you on, like, hey, get 2 packs of batteries, get 2 packs free. So, get those 9-volt batteries, which at some point after I stopped working at Radio Shack, because it went out of business, but at some point afterwards, 9-volt batteries got expensive. Like, you can get AA's, AAA's, C and D cell batteries, reasonable prices. There's a deal on them. 9 volts. You want to buy one? That'll be $7. Like, whoa. Come on. Added too much water because this one's being hydrophobic. All right. Let's release the Kraken here. Ooh. I bent that the heck out of shape. All right. Put that back. Still a little tacky. So yeah, instead of having a dozen stores within 10 minutes of each other, cut it down to one store where the Verizon store is. Verizon, AT&T, Sprint, and T-Mobile. Once upon a time, Sprint had cried when AT&T was going to buy T-Mobile, because you can't have number 2 by number 4, because then it'll become number 1. But instead, T-Mobile, at least for tax purposes, T-Mobile bought, much like Kmart bought Sears. On paper, this is who bought whom. Anything else metal at the moment? Oh, that's something I want to do, skeleton bone, but I think I want to do a color underneath it. Although I do already have gray under there. Alright, I was trying on him and some goblins. We'll see how well I can cover that. Making this axe from the clavicle of some beast. Yeah, Sprint had wasted too much time and resources with their not 5th gen, not 5G wireless, not 5th generation, but their own, let's use less towers but with some different next gen kind of thing that wasn't 5G, because it wasn't 4th gen and it wasn't 4G LTE. It was yeah. That's smoothed out enough. Clavicle. Yeah. I want to mesh with him. Oh, speaking of which, where's my knolls? Where are my knolls? I painted them. Oh, they're over here. Excuse me. He's wielding a clavicle, but I've got the knolls are wielding obsidian axes. So they're going to have keen, which means they will crit on lower numbers. So if an axe normally crits on a 20, they'll crit on a 19 or 20 or 18 through 20. I mean, I'll obviously look at the books before I deal with that. Let's touch up around that on the wood. Huh. Heavy sienna looks like chocolate brown. How well does it color match with what I used before? Well enough. Got a little too sloppy with the metal. One of the things that one of the things that I thought was clever at Radio Shack that we could get away with as far as our marketing, we had our It Happens warranties, like extended service plans. What did I just do there? Did I forget to? Oh, okay. I was just getting the top. But yeah, it had, the extra symbols to make it. I put that on everything. Yeah, it happens, which it does. And losing money when it came to the warranty we offered on charging cables, etc. Because you're paying $20 for an iPhone cable, the lightning charger cable, and you put an extra $2 on there, $1.99, and it's covered for 3 years. You can come back and swap it out if it breaks. It will break. It is a lightning cable. Bug. It is designed to break before the port on your phone would break, since it's reversed from how other phone ports are. And then you exchange it out, and then you just pay $2, and we give you a brand new cable instead of paying 20. We were failing on was that, hey, your cable, your Apple branded cable, our markup was such a slim margin on, it's $19.99 because it has to be $19.99 because that's what Apple cables cost. Well, our Radio Shack Avio brand, we had several store brands, but our Avio store brand, the one with the blue boxes and the white writing, maybe silver writing, but they were $17.99 for a light. Warehouse price for the Apple branded one, I believe, was $14.99 or more. I can't remember exactly that one. But for ours, it was like 80 cents or something was the warehouse price. It's like, if it's only costing us 80 cents to get these cables, sell them for like $5 or $10. 10 for the perceived value, because you can't make something too cheap. But no, people just go to Five Below instead of paying $2 less. They'll either pay the $2 more to get the actual branded cable, or where's my pet pack? Familiar pack. need to put these into like a little folder or something, but I can just go online and look them up if I wanted. All right, so yeah, we'll cover the kitty. And then we had like 1,000,000,001 different colors of lightning cables and other charging cables. And it's like, give people like 2 options. Maybe in like 2 different lengths or something, but we've got so many different ones. And people buy stuff or force them to interact with the sales associates. It's like, that's not what they want. They want to buy what they need. If they have a question, they'll ask. They don't want to be hounded by us. And we certainly don't want to hound them. How not to sell a service plan? You'd be stupid not to. But no, seriously, on the cables, you would be. $2 to get a new cable. If it broke within the first 30 days, you didn't even have to pay the $2. You just, ta-da, swap it out. So apparently our product is crap if it's going through that quickly. Ah! Alright, well that's fading, but it's white on the mini anyway. Let's try to do kitty stripes. I open the store a lot of days, and it'd be surprising how many people would be waiting to get into Radio Shack. And it's like, really? But, if you need that cordless phone battery, where else are you going to go? And nowadays, not that many people probably still have cordless phones, but since cable bundles tend to come with a phone plan, people have that voice over internet VoIP. Clear off of there. So 50% of phones, at least 2015, had a landline, but most of those were because of cable bundles. I jacked you up, kitty. Let's try to recover this a little bit. Your tail's banded. Oops. Hope you guys can actually see what I'm doing. You see what hours are posted there go next door to Dollar Tree for a few minutes. Like, I've got to go down to Acme and get some change, so you're going to have to wait, buddy. You can be in here when I open up shop. Yeah. I'll touch that up with the other color or colors I'm using, but oh, kitty. Grab it by the head because it has no color. Grab you by the wingtips, owl. Wash this and this. This still needs touched up with, was it Beastie Brown or Parasite Brown? I'll say Beastie Brown. Because you can't and you won't and you don't stop. Because you can't and you won't and you don't stop. Oh, that's Beastie Boys. My bad. Leather brown. If you happen to get the Reaper Bones stocks, you might want to take out the mold lines on the inside, well, the seams on the inside with the X-Acto knife before you start painting. It's not that big of a deal. I know somebody makes a miniature with characters or stocks. And we are down 2 Beastie Boys. 2 of them passed away. One was the MC. But a few years ago, the 2 remaining boys were on Jimmy Fallon promoting their book, which is like the big ass book of Beastie Boys. And it's a huge book and lots of great photos that were never published back in the day. Plus plenty of iconic photos and all kinds of fun stories. Yeah, those guys went from their hip hop style back in the day to now they're just your grandpa. Got some loafers on and some slacks. Let's keep this nearby. Keep it on the top of the pile. I got my second computer from Radio Shack as a kid. A Tandy 500, I believe. And we paid the extra to have the hard drive, whereas my grandma had one and it didn't have the hard drive. Oh, my mom and grandma got ripped off. Because there were halfway decent Windows computers coming out then for roughly the same price. And I said my second computer. My first computer, my mom had bought secondhand from somebody she worked with. It was an Atom computer. Atom, ADAM. It's rewritable media instead of floppy disks. Nope, not 3.5-inch floppies like my Tandy ended up having, and not the even older 5-inch floppies. Oh no, it used cassette tapes. They were, for all intents and purposes, regular, 2 extra holes drilled in there because there are 2 extra pins that went through the tapes. So, to make extra blanks for me to have more discs, I would just drill holes in other cassette tapes. The Buck Rogers game that came with it had already been erased. So, yay, I still haven't had the pleasure or misfortune of playing that version of Buck Rogers. Okay, I thought I got the bottom of the ones, but I was double checking. Oh, let's get that out of frame. For younger viewers, a cassette tape is like an MP3 that's wrapped around a spindle, well, around 2 spindles. I mean, if it was the same one from the arcade, then I played it at Springfield Roller Rink once. And by once, I mean like one time I was there. I played it a few times or something. Because at the time, I could skate. I don't think I actually started roller skating until I was 31, when my buddy's then fiance, now wife, had asked if I wanted to be a ref for women's roller derby. We had a Commodore 64 at the Gerber daycare center I went to. I was too old to be in daycare at that point, but my mom and grandma didn't want to leave me at home over the summer, even though they left me at home previous summers and I was a latchkey kid. Yay for the 80s and 90s. Like I was getting halfway decent with DOS commands with the not N64, Commodore 64, but I use them so rarely these days. Don't have to go into a boot log and figure things out too often anymore. So I was going to Rubber City Roller Girls practices. They had split off from Neo, Northeast Ohio Roller Girls at some point. Neo's colors were bright ass purple and neon green. Rubber City was the same as Springfield High School, red and black. I want to go like chocolate brown for that or heavy sienna. Not sure about the wolf. That's why I wanted the gunmetal for. Well, another thing I wanted it for. Oh, and now they are Akron Roller Derby, and the colors are aqua and white. I don't know if they make a patch for the team, but I want to put that on the shoulder of my Rubber City shirt. Did you have an alley cat on your Tandy? You can get it on your phone, but it didn't want to work for me on my phone. I'm going to try it again later on my either here on my computer or on my tablet because it was not wanting to work for me on my phone since there's no arrow keys. So tapping just wasn't working for me. Anything on this need touched up? Oh yeah, a lot needs touched up. I don't belong here. You don't remember Alley Cat? Oh, that game was so tough. You're an alley cat and you're hopping around in an alley up on the fence and stuff and into various windows on the buildings. And there would be these mini games in there of like sneaking around, trying to sneak around an entire room full of bulldogs and eat the food out of their bowls, waking up and eating you. goldfish out of the goldfish bowl, like typical Tom and Jerry style stuff, but with just, arrow key movements and really annoying sounds. All those tinny little sound effects they had. Alrighty, that's better. Touch you up some more. I think I'd have more fun trying to play it on my computer while listening to young girls. Maurice, the cat. Force field. Force field. Force field. When he encounters a goldfish and he's tapping on the glass, and the goldfish is all like Cliff from Cheers, just giving him all these facts about it's glass and it was first invented in the Middle East during this dynasty or era or year or whatever, and going on and on. And Maurice is there and can't even figure out that it's a fishbowl. Forest field. Funny show with puppets. All right. I was going to do one thing and I changed my mind. Those are there. Try to bring out this wood grain now that we've got that stain down in there. Get that bottom a little bit better. Yeah, I had Alley Cat, I had Wheel of Fortune. What else did I have on the Tandy? I composed most of my English assignments on that thing with my dot matrix printer. and then having to tear off the edges of the paper. I know, it's time for my meds, Grandpa. When I was your age, the internet used to come through the phone line. And us. Sure, Grandpa, sure. Let's get you back to the home. If someone answered the phone, if they picked up the phone, it would disconnect the internet. You've got mail. I've got mail. I've got mail. I've got mail. I've got mail. I'm out of breath. It's your turn. For what? For I've got mail. I still had my Tandy up to a few years ago. I think I finally pitched it during my last, well, not my last move, but my move before last. So not moving in here, but moving to Barberton. And while we're still on this color, I was weird at my one buddy's place that, yeah, their internet was still dial up, but it didn't matter if you're playing something online or not. Like, if you're playing Quake on that computer and somebody picked up the phone, it would cut the sound of the game even though you weren't playing online. Like, ooh, stealth mode. I can't hear the zombies. This is going to be interesting. Like, my health bar is going down because they're slinging their guts at me. But I don't know where it's coming from. You get a grenade, and you get a grenade, and you get a grenade. All right. Let's go get some water. I think I want to paint the camel with the leather brown like I was going to do earlier. Need a new paper towel because this one is kind of grody. Kind of grody. Ability, and instead of your, I think it replaced the axe or whatever your starting melee weapon is, a grappling hook. So I was in whatever the level that was with the that gross water, and then there's a door, pretty sure when you walk in the first time, there'd be a couple of the scrags there, but this was multiplayer, and I was grappled up to the ceiling and invisible. So whenever I was being a dirty camper before that was a term, but invisible camper up on top of the vaulted ceiling. So, and I think only one person could have any given rune at a time. So until you kill me, and I made a pretty good go of it. I think I had like a kill streak of 5 or so before anyone realized I was there. And then they started launching rockets down into the water and swam away. Hi. Yeah, hi. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. What is this one? What's going on there? Huh. Wow. Whatever it was is gone. Lather brown. Come on. I just stick my thumb right in it. Yay. Oops. Like, hold on, I got another paper towel just for my ankles. Yeah, me and concrete do not get along. I think it was worse at Radio Shack than some of the other jobs because I knew it was concrete. Radio that crappy 3 foot by 3 foot carpet squares or 2 foot by 2 foot, pretending to be carpet. There was no padding whatsoever. So it had just enough give that it wasn't just the floor, but it just made it worse. Alright, camel, camel, camel. Talking to one of my coworkers today out in the smoking area. He's smoking camels. And I didn't recognize the pack. He's like, oh, they change them all the time. And then the clerks can't even find them when you're asking for them. I was telling him how my grandpa smoked Lucky Strikes and he'd be rolling over in his grave. One, that they started putting filters on the things because he smoked filterless. And two, because Now they have them in menthol. Like, not a bad camel color, right? What are you again? Leather brown. Yeah, snakebite leather, as far as what Citadel calls it. Dry brush, dry brush. Let that darker color come through. Not that we're going to notice the hump color if the pack is on there, but this came with the Cthulhu mythos. Well, it just says mythos, but with Reaper bones. Because there are a lot of like 1920s explorers for the mythos. And if you're in the desert, you're going to need a camel. And it's been nice to have like 2 camels or something, but yeah. I can always just go get some toy camels. I might even have already set a toy camel aside with my Jumanji, because I was going through a few toys I have, and the random animals that I wasn't thinking about for D&D purposes at that point, but I put with Jumanji because it was thematic. Come on, get the ear. Get the schnoot, because we didn't get that earlier. No, we did not get the legs. Alright. Ooh, didn't get the belly like at all. Maybe I put it with Parcheesi, since they have those tall ass camels in Parcheesi. Ooh, if we go with this for the sand, ta-da! Baby, are you gonna eat that there snack cracker? You make me wanna walk like a camel. Yeah, Southern culture on the skids. I don't know if they count as a one-hit wonder or just a one single whatever, because I don't know if that actually charted, but I heard it on 107.9 WENZ, Cleveland's alternative station back in the 90s. We have a newer one at 107.3, but 107.9 was historic in that they launched their station with 24 hours of "It's the End of the World as We Know It." The whole song, not just, that hook over and over again. That would be so much worse. But no, like, I went to bed with the song playing, and then I woke up to my, clock radio, and it was still playing. And then when the station was going to go off the air finally after like a decade or so, and which it still is, Power 108 is what it used to be called. I'm not sure what it's called now, but I know they still have the same call letters. Since Clear Channel is all but a monopoly. But when they went to go off the air for that last, they played another 24 hours of "It's End of the World as we know it," and I feel fine. Come on. Ah. What's the name of that card game I played with Nick Walter, where you had to have camels for something? But there were only so many camels in the deck. Much like there's only so many mules in Talisman before you start adding expansions. But you could play, I think, an unlimited number of camel cards per turn. Otherwise, you were stuck with only doing a turn. Alright. The camel seems to be clutch. Hey, well, I put it over there for a reason. Armadilla. Oh. So it just mirrors my audio cutting in and out. Well, it's a pretty good armadillo color. This guy looks like a battle beast. I think I might have had the armadillo battle beast. I know I had the camel battle beast. I never had gotten any of the sun battle beasts because they wave 1 and 2 had earth, wood, and water, and it was the whole paper rock scissors kind of mechanic. Thank you for the heads up. I had the spider with, I had the shark. My battle beasts fought over my Fisher Price castle. Yeah, I didn't get into G.I. Joe. Like, I love the show. A blast watching that before school. Probably would have watched anything in that time slot, so. But seeing each part of the with Cobra Commander, once a man, turning into a snake. Let's give him the same color for the base. He's blending in. I had technically an attic room, finished attic, but it's not like I was up in the attic by myself. There were closet. My mom had the one room, I had the other room. And the walls were that wood paneling. So I would use tacks to have zip lines going from the wall to I'd like to get my hands on one of those Fisher Price castles, the old school one, at a yard sale or something somewhere. Get it shipped. I was looking into it on Goodwill, shopgoodwill.com, because all the cool stuff goes on there. So if you want to get that on the road, you're going to have to probably go online to get it, or get it from not a Goodwill. I've found so many good things at Goodwill and other thrift shops. It's just a business model that, oh, hey, because we will pay people with disabilities like 13 cents an hour because we can, because the law says so. Not sure if that ever got fixed. Wanted to do it in that color. Now let's go ahead and get these feathers on the vulture. Like when I was still in high school and I was working at Wendy's, I found, what's its face? Tower, the board game with the computerized dark tower in the middle. I got that for, I think it was listed at $1.50, and I got it for half price because that was the color that was on sale that day, or the department. It cost more to get the C or D batteries for it than it did to buy the game. There's an app for that now too, and there's a website, the board that you can print and play. So you get the app, you can just play against the computer like normal, because it was a 1 to 4 player game. You can actually play it without the board, but it's a bit more of a challenge trying to visualize it and navigate it without having the scorecards with the pegs in front of me, because you need to have so many of your mercenaries and so much food and all that fun stuff. And that was a Salvation Army. I also got a few suits there that I still can fit into and wear. I got HeroQuest at the, I don't remember if it was Salvation Army or Goodwill. I think it was some other brand of thrift shop in Alaska in Fairbanks. Got HeroQuest and 2 of the expansions. Gotten quite a bit of mileage out of that. Got Hero Escape from a buddy that I worked with at Cedar Point. Hey, Casey. got mileage out of that, but not nearly as much since I've had it not nearly as long. Met Casey in 2007. Casey, Texas Hold'em champion that year in the Guitar Hero 3 for the Wii when we were in Bayside. And oh yeah, these are the things I wanted to do in this color. Get in there. Snake, snake, snake. I've got a projector that I got at a thrift shop on the west side of Cleveland. I was on my way to go pick up a compass rose and pentacle flagstone for the garden from a lady who does stonecraft up in that way. I'd gotten a Ouija board from her on slate, and then I was like, if you ever get around to it, could you make one of these? And you can do it on like whatever scrap stone got a crack in it or not, doesn't matter. And sure enough, like it took a while for us to be able to meet up for that. Because my finances weren't right, then our schedules didn't line up, and I stopped in at the Goodwill just to use the bathroom, and then, oh, look at that. Actually, the story gets a little deeper because I'd bought a projector there and a kitchen mixer and another piece of electronics, and they have like a 2-day return policy on those, and the mixers went out, so I was back up there a couple days later to trade out, get the store credit from that. And I went to the electronics department that I didn't realize they had the first time and tested out this projector with one of the computers they had running. Sure enough, it works. So now I'm watching TV and movies up on my 45-degree angle ceiling at about 12 feet wide. And one of the clerks at that Goodwill was so friendly and helpful. Like, he was helping me find stuff while I was, wandering the store. But he was also, when I got to the register, he made sure that like I got all the pieces to the stuff I bought. Currently, I'm making my way through Book of Fett. I'm on episode 5 next time I watch. Alright, that's some decent coverage for this Cobra. I've got another snake from WizKids, and I guess I'll pop that out. Giant Constrictor. Another huge base. Drop the base. Oh, well, they went with that color, and now I kind of want to go that color. And I can do that really easy with that wash I used. The olive. Oops, sorry for the crinkles. Jeez, none of these have been this stuck in there. Had a friend who was gonna paint that one, but I don't think that's happening anytime soon. So I guess I'll just paint it, and if they do want to paint it later, I can just get another copy, because it was going to be their animal companion. So that's ready in a minute. It's just Naga. A little bit of get under there. Where do I buy my models? Well, I went all in on Reaper Bones Kickstarter number 3, so most of the Reaper Bones you're going to see are from that. When it comes to WizKids, I'll get them from either JAC Games right down the road from me, well, right up the hill from me, or up on State Road, there's Underhill. Right now I've got 4 tokens miniature, because you get 10% off each transaction in the form of the coins. I got the Collector Series Remoras and some more of the WizKids from there. Well, from Warzone Matrix up by Cleveland Hopkins Airport. They are a gaming hoarder's paradise. Like, it's really cramped to walk through there, but they probably have what you're looking for if it's anything that's out of print. I picked up these Paint Night kit models. Most of them, some were from Underhills. Most of them I got at the Black Friday at Freedom Games in North Canton sold off a bunch of Magic cards. One card was worth like 300 store credit, or 150 store credit, or just 100 cash. And it's like, you know what? Let's turn that one into store credit because I know I'm going to want to buy stuff at some point. So Black Friday, I got, what was that, 6 of the paint night kits, since they're buy 2 get 1 free. So pay $40, get a $20 model. And then this, when I went out to Montana, there's no sales tax in Montana, New Hampshire, 3 other states that I don't know offhand. So if you need to buy something high ticket item and you're close to one of those no tax states, see what's cheaper, gas mileage or sales tax. If I'd go up to Sandusky at any point, Sandusky proper, not Perkins, but downtown Sandusky zone comic shop that has miniatures and games, and I'm not sure if they still do it, but they used to have like a lock-in night, and you could stay and play computer games, hang out, play card games, board games, role-playing games, and they'd make it pretty much a non-stop pizza party. You could pay for like basically pizza buffet and be there all night price, or you could pay for like a 3-hour pass and a la carte on the pizza and stuff. All right, I think I need to get a new glove. And definitely some more water, so I will be right back. And I'm pretty sure they're getting it from Mona's Pizza right around the corner, which is the little mom and pop shop. Which the year I was there at Cedar Point working as a ride host, Mona's Pizza had exotic toppings like ostrich, alligator, rattlesnake. I think buffalo was on the menu. And then they had corn to go on the like Tex-Mex pizza. But he only did it for that one summer. Salt and pepper shakers. Salt and pepper. olive green wash. If you don't have any gaming stores in your area and you're going to order online, of course, check Amazon prices because they can't be. But I would also recommend Miniature Market, or is it Miniatures Market? Let me make sure I send you the right place. Oh, okay, that messed with me. Miniature Market, Manchester Road, but it's in St. Louis. Manchester Road here in Akron. All right, but yeah, in Missouri, they've got 3 locations and they sell online. But miniaturemarket.com, I got a lot of my Malifaux miniatures on there. Hello? Oh, okay. I thought the stream wasn't moving. I was moving my right hand and only saw my left hand on the monitor. All right, let's get this olive wash on there. On Giant Constrictor. And one of the good things about Miniature Market is how often they put things on sale or clearance. Free shipping over $100, etc., etc. Used to be over $50, which really worked out. For a Constrictor, this thing has some serious teeth. On the shop I got the Mimic from, and what else did I get there? I want to say it was a book. Oh no, 3 Dragon Ante, the newest edition of it, but it's not both of the editions. It's the original edition and not Emperor's Gambit, but some new legendary dragons. But that was Kelly's Comics. He doesn't sell magic cards. He used to, and he had a partner, and they split the business at some point. And so the other guy has all the collectible card game stuff and not comics. The guy's like, yeah, I don't have to take my blood pressure medication anymore after I stopped selling magic. Something else they have out in Montana and a lot of western states. I know they've made it as far east as Missouri. Black Bear Diner. Place is phenomenal. I had country fried steak and eggs, and it was just amazing. It's like the Grinch in reverse. His heart shrunk 3 sizes that day. they started in California. A restaurant from California that I miss is Tom's. When I was doing bus driver training in the Army, it was just two of us, and the old guy who was about to retire that was the bus driving instructor basically looked like Santa Claus. But that guy would have us drive from Post down to, well, for the last 2 days of it, from Post down to Barstow, the was it where the highway stations broadcasting is, and all these restaurants. But Tom's, they have breakfast burritos like yay big. They make Chipotle look small, but as a breakfast burrito, and I made the mistake of getting the hash browns with it. And the lady asked if I was sure, and she's like, "It's a pretty big burrito." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm sure." And I ate the plate of hash browns and this burrito, and that was breakfast that day. I didn't eat anything until breakfast the following day. I was so full. Like, not just full, but like I felt satiated. Let's see. Let's double dip here. Ooh, let's double dip here. What color do I want to go with? Black cherry. On the way he had it was that that other guy drove us down to Barstow the first day, and I drove us back. And then the second day, I drove us down to Barstow, and he drove us back. And there's two ways to Post. So there's Fort Irwin Road, and then there's the other side of Fort. So we each got a chance to go both directions, so we'd have some practice with highway driving and some practice with regular road driving. Although the regular road was still 65 down Fort Irwin Road. Maybe it's only supposed to be 55, but everybody's normally going as fast as they can. Oh yeah, that burrito was amazing. Contrast that with the first time I went to Chipotle in Highland Square. One of the student teachers and lived in Highland Square, and he kept talking about how they were getting Highland Square was getting Chipotle, and he's like, "It's open today, finally. So after class, I'm gonna go get that." Well, I got home from school that day and told my roommate Aaron about it, and he's like, "Wait, for real? Let's go." And we went down and got burritos. He finished his in no time. I was eating mine too slow for him. He's like, "If you don't hurry up, I'm gonna have to go back and get another one." Like, okay, go get another one. Like, you don't mind? Like, why would I mind? Oh, okay. Mark's sending me a TikTok, but I will maybe watch that later. Well, that's way too big of a brush. What am I doing? Get in, loser. We're having burritos. Let's bring this down as a painting rack. Speaking of fast food Mexican, I went to Niagara Falls a couple of years ago. The rest area that has the bridge that spans over the highway, so you can get to the restaurants from either side of it. They had a Moe's Southwest Grill, and they hook you up with the cheese. A nice gross purpley black cherry tongue here. Had the quesadilla from there, and it's like a quesadilla crunch wrap. So much better than Chipotle quesadilla. Alright, well that guy's suitably disgusting. Now to go with this one. I was gonna put metal on this and do some transitional whatever, but no, the bands are already transforming. We'll just go black cherry all the way. Here, Moe's. So if any food place wants to sponsor me, this video brought to you by insert your restaurant here. Insert girder. I'm up to what, 7 people now? At least that's what I saw before I started the stream. Thank you for noticing. Have you shared me with anyone, or? No problem either way, just wondering. Still 7. Okay. I didn't gain any during this stream. Live, anyway. At least not yet. We're at 4.5 hours, so it's going to be like the first night. Alright. I think I'll paint the eyes on these guys and then maybe call it quits. If the giant constrictor is dry enough to touch by the time I get done with like the eyes on here, then maybe I'll do the mouth on it. Aww. How'd you manage to find mine? Okay, I don't know if you're going to be... There is extreme detail down the mouth of the giant constrictor. Like, you're going to go down that gullet. I want to get that tongue. I want to go with a... That's awesome. I didn't know if like the algorithm would have kept me buried since I don't have like 1 billion subscribers yet. Geez, there's like a diamond in the roof of the mouth and stuff. I don't know how accurate that is, but it's pretty impressive for like something that most people aren't gonna see in there. There's my phone. Say ah. Yeah, it's crazy detailed in there. I mean, it is made as a separate piece, it looks like. Like right here is separate from the rest of the mouth. Let that thoroughly dry. I want to go in and do the light flesh to make it pop more on the mouth. Let's go back and touch this up. Make you say, ah, na 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 na. Could have been a doctor. What are we going to do for that yellow? I mean, I have Citadel yellow, but is there one of these that's got yellow in it? Oh, okay, pale yellow. If it's not yet. Oh, okay, that needs some water. Drippy, drippy. Well, gloopy, drippy. The trash can is not open right now. Not that they got anywhere near it. Alright, I gotta wash that off. Set you aside. Bring this back over here. That's still here for the teeth. So I was washing the paint off my fingertips before it got any worse. I dripped some of the water from my fingertips into the pale yellow. You don't want to pour directly from the sink because you could overdo it. I only just slightly overdid it. Alright. So where's that multi-perp? Oh, this is fine detail as well. What the heck? Huh. This fine detail actually looks fine detail. I don't understand. Alrighty. 'Cause, 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 ' Eyeballs. Slow down. All right, I'm going to switch that up. I'm going to go back over and put the other color behind there because I thought it was just, formless. But it turns out they've got like actual irises in there. Oh, look, the mimic has a bung in its bung hole. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Okay, so those are the bumplies. These are actually the eyes. All right. Oh, I hope Aaron doesn't bail on me tomorrow, and I hope we can get the piston switched out on the other chair because it doesn't have the arms, so it should be better for trying to sit cross-legged. Because I just need variety. Don't need much. Just doing some teeth. Yep. Just doing some teethies. And maybe we'll touch up the skeleton. And it won't squeak is the important thing, right? Teethies! Need to find a D&D world a veterinarian who can handle these exotic creatures. This one needs its tooth cleaned or pulled. These ones are big enough to kind of do individual teeth. Oops, got it on the tongue. Just good enough chicken. Oh, good. I still need to touch it up anyway, so. From WizKids, because if it's a medium-ish creature, you get 2 of them. If it's a large creature, you get large or larger creature, you get 1. If it's small, you get 3. You can check their website for the variety. 1, there's probably different bugbears in Wave 2. And unlike with CCGs or something like that, pick what you want instead of blocking it. Primed. Blind bagging it. That makes them pop a little bit better. Are you dry? Okay. I'm going to use this bone white for the ropes on these packs. I'm switching brushes because this fine detail is not fine detail. At least not fine detail anymore. Alright. Yeah, okay, well this one's looking fine detail. Ah, as I lose it. Alright. Doo, doo, doo. Doo, doo. Where is my mind? Where is my mind? Where? I have seen Pixies in concert, like 2017 or 18, in Cleveland at the Agora on the big side. If you go to the Agora, there's the big side and the smaller side. On President's Day in 2006, I saw The Dreaming on the small side. The Dreaming, formerly known and currently known as Stabbing Westward, when they were no longer under label, they were at first Chris and not the original drummer, but the next drummer, Johnny Haro. He was distancing himself from Stabbing Westward and would only do I Can't Save You, Save Yourself as a not cover, but one of the songs from Stabbing Westward, in addition to all the stuff under The Dreaming. But he later was billing it as the sounds of Stabbing Westward. And at that point, they'd gotten the original keyboardist back. And some goth rocker on bass. So in the tradition of Rob Zombie or Smashing Pumpkins having the woman bassist. Oh, also at the Agora, or was it Peabody's, saw the Horror Pops, which is a rockabilly act. Those pits must be brutal because people were coming out with broken noses and one dude broken arm. It's like, it's not metal. It's not that serious. It's not, thrash punk. It's more of surf rock kind of sound for rockabilly. Like, she's got that 50s pinup going on. Anything else need? Bone White. It's still a little tacky. Can't do that until I get the light flesh in there. I'll go with this one. Light flesh. Light flash. That's why. Okay. Up in the mouth. And now I adjust it. Alright. Forgot that I moved it to show something up there. Get all the way down the gullet. That, whatever it's called, where the mouth stretches open. Like the musculature, but not. Right there at the corners of the mouth. Thank you. And just with the wash, it almost comes out the way it looks on the tin. Thank you, Olive Drab Testers FX Wash. I'm going to have to go back and touch up the tongue. That was inevitable. Get in there. My apartment is a Jumanji jungle theme. And I've got a couple of plush snakes. And I've got one of them right when I come down the steps. And practically every time I go past it, I'm like, snake. Because I've got it all poised like this, but its mouth is stitched shut and it's got its tongue hanging out like, snake. Hey, I saw you walking by. Yes, yes. I'm a snake. Don't step on snake. Alright, so touch the tongue up in a minute. Where's the other? You don't have an open mouth, do you? Nope. Alright. Alright, now that these are... Oh, come on. There we go. Oh, I missed the spot there. But I can put some other green washes on to kind of follow the pattern, and it'll be nice and subtle. Nothing else that needs light flesh. No? Alright. Well, it is after midnight, and I've been doing this for almost 5 hours. Let's get whatever last minute details. Like the pale yellow there for the eyes. Ooh, that's really popping. There we go, autofocus. Fine, let's do it this way. If we can get the glare off of it from my 3 overhead lights. Get up in there. Come on, autofocus, find it. There we go. I know I need to go back and touch up the tongue and the teeth in that order. Let's give the Naga the bright eyes. I'm not going to go with any pupil or iris because of the distance and because they're glowy eyes anyway. Look into my eyes. So go back to this for the tongue. Oops. That should be good enough for the tongue. Back to black cherry, black red. Ah, goes the weasel. Go all the way down the throat again. All the way down the throat, but all the way to the back of the tongue. Ow. Come in and get the side of the tongue. Aim small, miss small. Aim small, miss small. Wearing earbuds and a mask to ride the bus today. Felt like going to the range because of the sensory deprivation, especially when we'd go to the range and then we'd have to do the 10 rounds of familiarization with the pro mask on. So you can fire like you're a stormtrooper with that horrible thing in your view. And they only had us firing at the close targets because if it comes down to that, you're SOL anyway. That's dope. Come on. Get those teethies. I'm glad I decided to do this snake along with the other snake and the naga. It's quick and easy. Like I said, I'm going to have to touch up do a different green wash to give it those bands and spots, and then paint the base. But then I think I can call it done aside from maybe I'll paint a gloss over it. I have a gloss. I don't have matte. I don't have a spray of either though. I just have a paint on gloss. Turn the light source where you need it. I've already got my hands full when I got down into this nook and cranny, but just trying to get the inside of the teeth as well so they're not pink. I mean, light flesh. Make it a little less sloppy in here. Snake. touch the tongue up just a little bit and that light flesh spot. Light flesh. Just this spot right here. The other side looks fine. I'm gonna switch back to the slightly bigger brush. Get that black cherry on there. Ah! Try not to shake before I get in towards the tongue. Don't want to get it on the teeth that I just so meticulously painted. That's not even sarcasm. Yeah. Contrasts. Where's my other green washes? Waywatcher Green. Athonian Camo Shade. Or Thraka Green. Hey Cody, I still got your Thraka Green. I think I've been using it though. So which one's which? Let's get Snake far away from this while we test. Alright, so... Ooh, okay, so that's like an olive drabby something. So it should be fine on there, but I don't want to mess it up. Thraka! Ooh, that's dark. Thraka. Huh. And what's this one? Waywatcher. This one's bright, but bold? Oops. Okay, let's put a little bit of the camo shade on the model and see what it looks like. Oh, that wasn't closed all the way, but it was closed enough that it didn't splash everywhere. Turn this where I can actually see it. Alright, so something like that. Hmm. Like I said, subtle. Sometimes I just look at the model art for reference. Sometimes I insist on looking at actual wildlife or something comparable to the right wildlife for like in D&D. Well, it doesn't get onto the other coils. And don't get it down onto the spot that's going underneath the belly of the snake. Together on the inside, but no big deal. Don't cross the bands. It's running onto the belly. Trying to erase it before it dries. Okay. Let's move some things out of the way. Oh, and right here it's kind of shabako. That doesn't work. I need to erase that. Just wick it out of there. Boop, 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 boop. And I guess right there. Up there. Let's switch to a smaller brush for this. Get a little bit more pigment on the brush. Just going back over the subtle a little bit. I should have started at the top instead of the middle, but like I said, I was just trying to test it out because I could have wiped it off from down there easier. Just didn't get enough wash down here, so I'm gonna cheat a couple of bands in there. The belly somehow flips over. I don't know what happened there, because this is belly, but like it just so. Like the texture says that's belly. That texture says it's back or side. Maybe like mild little bands or something on the tail. Can't see the tail in the picture, so up to my own devices here. Whoa, what's going on there? I thought that was right. Huh, maybe from spinning the model, it's all just pulling in one spot. Alrighty. Let that dry. Over here with the other green skins, or at least green washes. Gonna dabble these real quick. Just gonna go right down the middle. And then out a little bit. From what I think I remember a gator looking like. Just a bit. Alright. Do the same to the weregator. Straight down the middle. And straight down to that part of the snoot. Ta-da! Oh. There we go. Although I think I want to keep holding it at this weird angle to let it dry in the crevices. Alright. I'm gonna darken up some spots on the base for the kind of like lily pad effect. Subtle. Valley girl. Is that supposed to be green? I mean, huh. Death roll, death roll. There we go. Grab you by the snoot and put you out of the way. Alright. Alright, I just might stream a couple times tomorrow. We'll see. Hopefully the chair will be fixed. Wonder if there's any room in my box for the cube. But I will see y'all later. End stream? Yes, please.